from a handicapping standpoint is in race number 9. In the 9th race, number 1, Latinos, should be listed as a gelding. Today at the races, featuring Angela Herman and Jeff Madej, is next.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. This is Angela Herman. She is one of the members of the what I call the STEAM team. We've got Ange, we got Kevin Gorg, we have Paul Allen, and all they do is give you winners. So, Angela, welcome to Today at the Races. We're fast and firm. We've got a really nice card today. We've got pick fours and pick fives. We'll talk about those and where they occur on the card a little bit later. But last week, a lot of winners at Canterbury. The trainer standings kind of stayed the same, but there's some very hot trainers and some hot jockeys.
Yeah, and that's what tends to happen throughout our season. Sometimes barns get off to an extremely hot start and they kind of may run out of bullets. I mean, they come up here loaded with horses and they need a break for a couple of weeks. Thus, we see Mike Beeler, we see Valerie Lund make a big push in the trainer standings. But first, we'll look at the riders' race as Lindy Wade put a little distance between himself and Harry Hernandez. Of course, Harry on the sidelines for a few days. He is just one ahead now of Luis Fuentes. Remus Chirinos, who started off the meet pretty hot, hasn't had as many mounts because I don't think the barns that he rides for have had quite as many runners. So you can see quite the lead again for Lindy Wade, who looks to put titles back to back. Now on the trainer side of things, Mac Robertson still securely ahead of Joel Burnt. Both of those barns got off to a very quick start, but you can see those two names down at the bottom, Valerie Lund and Mike Beeler, both with excellent weeks last week. Valerie went 4 for 6, Mike Beeler went 4 for 7, and those are a couple of the barns that usually you see pick up steam as the meet goes on, and that's reflected on the board. Those are the standings as we see them, but things are going to be a little different as far as trainers go coming up this week. We're going to see a lot of names from the outside as next week we have the Mystic Lake Northern Stars Turf Festival. That's on June 22nd, next Wednesday, and that is going to be quite the lineup.
You're absolutely right, Angela. I took a look at the entry sheet here, the overnight, and there are you talk about barns from all around the Midwest. We've got horses coming up from Churchill, from Chicago, horses that have raced most recently even in New York, horses that performed well at Keeneland. So, with the lack of turf racing at Churchill Downs, I think this Northern Stars Turf Festival next Wednesday, and when we begin at 5 o'clock, it attracted some horses that might not otherwise have come. It's a lot of money. There's over $600,000 in turf stakes, headlined by the Mystic Lake Derby, which has a $150,000 purse. We've got 4 one-mile turf races, and we've got the 5 furlong Dark Star Turf that drew a field of 15. So there's one on the outside looking in, but all full fields. The smallest field of those turf races is the Derby with 11 entries. So way above the national average, way above what we've seen for average field size here. We set a handle record last year of nearly $4 million. My prediction is we'll exceed $4 million in handle and have an all-time high for Canterbury.
That was the design of the whole night, and it was meant to be sort of a stop, when some of the bigger winter meets and before some of the bigger summer meets pick up. There is that lack of turf racing, and especially with some of the problems going on with turf courses around the country or the weather, this is an excellent stop for a lot of them. It might not be the ultimate goal for the year, but it brings together a very diverse cast of turf horses for these turf races, and there will be an all-turf stakes pick 5 going on races 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. You're going to want to start your handicapping now. There's one dirt race in between for those of you who prefer the main track, but they're an intriguing puzzle, as there's a lot of locals, there's a lot of horses from the outside, and you don't know necessarily how they're going to take to our turf course, as things will change too with the weather. It's supposed to be very hot. It's supposed to be very dry over the next week. We got a little bit of rain today. We're still on a firm turf course, but not a lot of rain in sight, so do keep that in mind. If you fancy a horse that likes to hear their feet rattle, this is going to be a course that they're probably going to like. And they're going to have lots of competition to do it. We're going to take the rails down. It's going to be a really fun night. I'm looking forward to it. And if you can hear some squealing in the background, that is Kevin Gorg doing cartwheels over in the press box, looking at the lineup for the Northern Stars Turf Festival.
Weather-wise here, we had a little bit of rain earlier in the day. We needed it. I call it a dust settler. And that turf course, because of the way the weather has been warm over the last couple of weeks, the turf course does favor speed, I think. I looked at the long-range forecast. It looks like next Wednesday will be a nice day. And there's a really solid mix of front-running horses, like 2 Emmys in the Mystic Lake Mile, who won the Grade 1 Mr. D last year, came back and won a Grade 2, I believe, this year. Running for $100,000, like you said, maybe not the end game for this horse, the goal that this horse is aimed towards, but to come to Canterbury with Mac Robertson as your trainer and pick off a race like that on a course that I think will favor 2 Emmys style is exciting. But what you really are going to want to dive into this, because this is I'm not going to say it's Breeders' Cup quality, but I'm going to say the depth is like that. This is some very deep races. And we should mention also that all stakes pick 5, 10% takeout in that bet. Industry's lowest takeout on a pick 5 wager. So we'll have that pick 5, and then our traditional final 5 thoroughbred race pick 5 as well on that 10 race card. That all happens next Wednesday, June 22nd. Make sure you come out to the park and have a good time. Now, we've had a lot of new trainers here at Canterbury. Trainers, every year you'll see someone discover that this is kind of a cool place to spend the summer. One, if you're a trainer, you're also living where your horses are living, right? You're living in that location. And Shakopee, and just in general, Scott County and the Twin Cities area is a fabulous place to spend the summer. You're 5 minutes away from probably 3,000 different lakes. You've got the mall, you've got Minneapolis, you've got St. Paul and all those attractions. So on your days off or when you have some time to get out and explore, you can do it. You hear that from trainers all the time that get here and say, wow, the Twin Cities and Shakopee is a great place to be. Canterbury is a great place to be. We caught up with one of those new faces. Her name is C.C. Perkinson. She was a former jockey, or is a former jockey, did some time in Hollywood as well, and now she's training horses. C.C. Perkinson, let's take a look at her stable.
Well, I wanted to always be a jockey when I was very, very young, like in 7th grade. I knew right away. And it took a long time to get to it. I didn't get to it till I was almost 25, because it is definitely one of those fields that you need to know somebody, or you definitely know how to know the job. And I finally got into it, so I started a bush track and started with 3 horses the first couple weeks, wound up getting on 20 a day, took over the whole track, and I was the only one that would show up. Went straight to California and started galloping at Santa Anita. Managed to get my jock's license a couple years later. I went and rode at Los Alamitos, and I remember the steer saying, well, you realize how hard that's going to be, don't you? And I said, of course. I said, that's not a problem for me. Second race, I win by 4, and I come back and I show him the win photo. I said, well, you mean like difficult like this? Then I just kind of took a break from everything and went to work in the legal field. So I did that for quite a few years. About, I'd say 2.5 years ago, I just came back ponying in the mornings, and then I go to the office, to the law office after that, and was just kind of quietly wanting to build my barn up. And so about 1.5 years later, I managed to get my barn going, get up and running. I claimed some horses, I bought some privately, and had a fantastic first year. I wound up running a Turf Paradise during part of my racing meet. I shipped over, ran there, had fantastic success, and learned that Canterbury is also part of the circuit. And so that's what brought me here, and it's a beautiful facility. The track is fantastic. I mean, Canterbury really holds this place together. It's like powder out there. I just really, really like this track a lot, and I think my horses are going to perform here very well. This is completely my passion. This is what I love to get up and do every day. This is why I do, the work predominantly all myself, and I still gallop them, I work them, I pony them. So, and for me, still having that history as a jockey, when I'm out there working my horses, I know when they're ready, or I know if they need a break, or if I know that they're a little off here or there. Currently, my big horse is Prince Ali, and I claimed him, crazily enough. John Sadler had him, and he ran him at Los Alamitos. The group kind of wanted to let him go, and I got him for $3,200, and I got on him, I worked him, I got in his head, and he made me almost $70,000 last year. So all my horses, I wouldn't say all of them, but at least half of them are private purchases based off what I've seen, and I've just gone and approached the trainers and owners and said, this, are you willing to sell? And the other ones that I've had success with, I claimed from Emerald Downs and from Golden Gate, and managed to move them up as well. And so again, it just goes back to just all passion and just having the gut feelings for it.
Thank you, Cece Perkinson, for your time. Look out for that California girl in the winner's circle. And tonight, you can look for a Minnesota-bred boy in the winner's circle in race number 5. The one, Brother Harold, is my angle horse tonight. He's the play of the day. He's a potential single to anchor your pick 4s and pick 5s. And we do actually have a correction tonight in the pick 4s and pick 5s that was published in the program. Jeff, what's the correction?
The pick 4 begins in race, the pick 4 begins in race number 5, and the pick 5 begins in race 4. So the program is incorrect. Again, last 5 races for the pick 5, and the last 4 races for that late pick 4. Pretty easy to figure out. Do your handicapping. You're going to see tickets from Kevin. You're going to see tickets from Angela as well. Again, 10% takeout in the pick 5, but we kick things off here in race number 1, and Kevin Gorg is headed into the studio here right now to take you through that first race and give you his post-time pick 4. Thanks for joining us today at the races.
Kevin Gorg with you up here in the Canterbury Park press box. We get ready for race number 1, contested at a distance of a flat mile. You can see by the early wagering that the 2 that bookend the field will be taking a lot of the betting. I like T-Bone's Trick here. It's a slight lean. I think it's a 2-horse race, but T-Bone's Trick has the trip over the track. Won here back in May. Did so emphatically. Harry Hernandez gets the ride back. The trainer, Wade Rarick, is 29% first off the claim. Should get a good stalking trip. 2 horses, a bit of a wild card. Tosh Kent. Alonso Quinones gets the call here, in from Texas. Last couple at Lone Star, very competitive, a 75 and a 79 speed figure. Number 3, United Patriot, good pace pressing style. 11 wins from 44 career starts. Number 4 is Perfect Dude. Carlo Lopez has a speedball here. This horse should be up near the front, looking good in the paddock. And here's the horse to beat, no doubt about it. Good-looking horse. Number 5 is Roaming Union for Emerald Bay Stable. Some good friends of mine, Robertino Diodoro Conditions. Lindy Wade, our top jockey, is the rider. This horse has great early speed, ships in from Oaklawn Park. They claim this horse a couple starts back for $20,000 in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Those races against much better competition at Oaklawn Park make this horse the horse that you have to use if you're putting together some exotic wagers. I think 1 and 5 are going to be the 2 horses that separate themselves here in race number 1. Here's the grid of selections. As you can see, the 1 and 5s both dominating from our professional handicappers. I'll be with you here momentarily to take you through an early Pick 4 ticket. Don't forget, the post-time Pick 4 Canterbury, just a 10% takeout, lowest in the industry. That's coming up and coming at you next.
That is Lynn Dykert, our bugler, and we welcome you to Racing at Canterbury Park. 10 for you, fast main track and firm turf course. This begins the post-time Pick 4 with a nation low 10% takeout. More money comes back to the player. It's only 50 cents. No scratches. Best of luck. And post time is 5 minutes from now.
All right, folks, it's post-time Pick 4, and it's one of those tickets that I think is very manageable for most fans out there. It's an $18 ticket I put together tonight. I mentioned it in our paddock preview. I think the two that bookend the field here in the first, the 1 T-Bone's Trick and the 5 Roaming Union, should dominate. They're the two best horses on paper. They figure to be prominent and get good trips. So I'm going to use the 1 and 5 in leg number 1. In race 2, a little more depth to the second race. I like the 6 Wildly Dramatic as my top pick with Harry Hernandez. But I give the 1 Honey Parade with the early speed from the Wood and the 5 Silly Notion, who should be rolling late, a chance for an upset. So I'm going to use those 3 horses, the 1, the 5, and the 6. Race number 3, another race with some depth to it. I'm going to use the 3 horses that make up the inside 4 posts, 1, 2, and 4. 4 Shotgun Rider is my top pick. Did the dirty work last time, is 6-1. Got beat by Conquest Cobra, who's the 1 horse here. 13 wins from 65 career starts. Won that local debut. And don't sleep on Candy Cove. Angela Herman likes this horse, and I get it. This horse has faced some staunch competition both here and at Tampa Bay Downs. So I'm going to use 1, 2, and 4 in leg 3. We hope to be alive in this post-time Pick 4 to the final leg. That's where it gets exciting. I really like Loring Park, the 4, in race 4. Troubled trip last time, second off the layoff, and Joel Burnt, who's absolutely on fire right now. That trainer is winning with almost everything he sends to the track. And then the 8 horse Hold the Spice. Even with the rail out 30 feet, that big closer should get a piece and should be rolling. So there's my ticket. 1 and 5 in the first, with 1, 5, 6, with 1, 2, 4, with 4 and 8. The post-time Pick 4, we've seen it pay $850 a couple of times. As recently as last weekend, over $600. My ticket's an $18 ticket. If you want to make hundreds, maybe even thousands, get that ticket ready right now. The horses will be at the gate. It'll be time for the post-time Pick 4 in just 4 minutes. Good luck.
And they're moving into the starting gate for the first on a beautiful Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Temps in the mid-70s. We are sun-splashed, fast and firm. Roaming Union, one of two at even money. The last in the gate. The bookenders, both even money. And here they are. They're racing. And the racing week began spectacularly for the quintet, specifically Tash Kent. And from the 2 spot, Tash Kent won the start, but has now given up the lead to Perfect Dude. And Perfect Dude gets down to the inside, pressured by Roaming Union. After that, United Patriot on the move, 5 lengths from it. And T-Bone's Trick looking to win 3 in a row. This one is 6-5 and is about 7 lengths from the front. So they head up the barn side in race number 1 at Canterbury Park, and we have 2 traveling in perfect harmony. Roaming Union pulls clear now by a head from Perfect Dude to his inside. 3.5 after that to Tash Kent, then it's 4 to United Patriot, and T-Bone's Trick is being niggled out a bit, about 9 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn travels the quintet, and Perfect Dude at 5-1, trying to put a length on Roaming Union. The leading rider is shaking up that 5. Meanwhile, Carlo Lopez chill on the 4. Tash Kent beginning to move in number 5. Roaming Union is in deep water at even money. Roaming Union going the wrong way. T-Bone's Trick's beginning to run on, 7 out of it, and United Patriots in last, and in first is Perfect Dude. Perfect Dude from Tash Kent, T-Bone's Trick to the outside, then Roaming Union, and they're into the final 250, and the Dude has become imperfect. Tash Kent falls into the lead. T-Bone's Trick and Harry Hernandez trying to run down Tash Kent in the queue. It is Tash Kent, T-Bone's Trick. T-Bone's Trick has found the right trick 3 times in a row. Number 1 is number 1 with Harry. T-Bone's Trick wins. Number 1, T-Bone's Trick ran first. 1-2-4-5 in 137.90. Post time pick 4 begins with the second win wagering choice prevailing at 6-5. Nearly 76K in that post time pick 4, once again with a 10% takeout. That is the lowest of all racetracks in the country. And fans locally and nationally are responding in kind. For that, we thank you. Trifecta, $31.20. Exacta, AC Doocy, $11.90. Second race, 22 minutes from now. There are no scratches. Three wins in a row for old T-Bone's Trick. And the winning rider, Harry Hernandez. T-Bone's Trick, flashy in the new colors, is owned by Tony Bratcher and the winning trainer, Wade Rerick. We welcome the Hanover Insurance Group, CHS Retail Sales Group, the InstaWork Summer Outing, the Cambria Financial Group, and B&B Day at the Races. Ladies and gentlemen, Angela Herman is in the winner's enclosure for our Groom of the Week presentation.
Yes, this is a very important part of every racing operation and a very important honor for a very important groom. The Minnesota HPPA each week honors a Groom of the Week after our first race on Wednesday. This week's Groom of the Week is Jamie Mehta, who works for trainer Tony Rengstorff. It's his 11th year here at Canterbury and his second year working for Tony. And over those years, he's also worked for Mike Beeler, Vic Hansen, and Francisco Bravo. Tony speaks very highly of Jamie, saying that he's worked for this for a long time and is a very deserving Groom of the Week. I'm very happy that he's being recognized. He's a great groom and a hard worker. He's always smiling and happy, and what makes him most outstanding is that he helps everyone back here, not just in his barn, but anyone who needs it. He makes sure that they get the help that they need, or he does it himself. He is a super guy. You are a super fit for Groom of the Week, and on behalf of all of us at Canterbury, congratulations.
And they're racing. And the racing week began spectacularly for the quintet, specifically Tash Kent. And from the 2 spot, Tash Kent won the start, but has now given up the lead to Perfect Dude. And Perfect Dude gets down to the inside, pressured by Roaming Union. After that, United Patriot on the move, 5 lengths from it. And T-Bone's Trick looking to win 3 in a row. This one is 6-5 and is about 7 lengths from the front. So they head up the barn side in race number 1 at Canterbury Park. And we have 2 traveling in perfect harmony. Roaming Union pulls clear now by a head from Perfect Dude to his inside. 3.5 after that to Tash Kent. Then it's 4 to United Patriot. And T-Bone's Trick is being niggled out a bit, about 9 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn travels the quintet. And Perfect Dude at 5-1, trying to put a length on Roaming Union. The leading rider is shaking up that 5. Meanwhile, Carlo Lopez chill on the 4. 4. Tash Kent beginning to move in. Number 5, Roaming Union is in deep water at even money. Roaming Union going the wrong way. T-Bone's Tricks beginning to run on, 7 out of it. And United Patriots in last, and in first is Perfect Dude. Perfect Dude from Tash Kent. T-Bone's Trick to the outside, then Roaming Union. And they're into the final 250. And the Dude has become imperfect. Tash Kent falls into the lead. T-Bone's Trick and Harry Hernandez trying to run down Tash Kent in the queue. It is Tash Kent, T-Bone's Trick. T-Bone's Trick has found the right trick 3 times in a row. Number 1 is number 1 with Harry. T-Bone's Trick wins. Ladies and gentlemen, racing at Canterbury Park is provided in part by Atomic Data, Appalatos, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, Dark Horse, La Marca Prosecco, Fairfield Inn and Suite Shakopee, Gallagher, Greystone Construction, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Shakopee, JTR Roofing, Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Star Tribune, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond.
Well, pace makes the race, and boy, they went half mile fast, 45 and change. Sprinter-like speed early in that race, and T-Bone Strick and Harry Hernandez saved their best for last, sitting well off those early fractions and stampeding down the stretch. We had a pair of horses go favored, one at even money, one at 6-5. The bookenders dominate, and it's all about number one winning his third in a row to start the procession here in a new week of racing at Canterbury. After a rainy, gloomy day, it turned out to be a beautiful night, so welcome out here and a good card of racing. We're in the middle of that post-time pick 4. Later, we'll take you through our pick 5. Let's take a look at the second half of the double, 5.5 furlongs claimers. These are fillies and mares, and here they are. Number 1 is Honey Parade. Lindy Wade gets the call here. He has got lots of early speed for Robertino Diodoro. In from Oaklawn Park, claimed on Derby Day. So going back now a little over a month since we last saw this race, I do like the move up in class off the claim. That's usually a window into how the horse is doing. So when you see a good outfit like the Diodoro barn, claim a horse and bump up in class, that makes you feel confident the horse probably has something good to say today, and 2-1. Number 2 is Just Splendid. Chad Lindsay gets the call for Brucey Reekin. This horse has had some tough luck. You look at the lifetime starts, 35 of them, 3 wins, 9 seconds. And you know a couple of those were heartbreakers. So if the horse can just get a little better late, the horse should be in good position, tracking the speed. How about that price, too? 19-1. A long shot here from post 2. Number 3 also has early speed. Her name is Grand Slam Home Run. Zeke Laura gets the call for Nathan Russell. 3 starts at Canterbury and 2 wins. So we know that she loves this racetrack. The question will be the class. She's been facing $4,000 and $5,000 claimers. Now we're up into deeper waters against $10,000 claimers. We'll see if she can hold her own. She sure loves this track. And right now on the board at 6-1. They're going to let the 6 horse go out early, and that is my top pick. So I'll tell you right now, Wildly Dramatic getting to go to the walking bridle out to the track to meet the bugler a little early, and that horse comes off a nice win with Harry Hernandez. The jockey looks to sweep the double, so I like the 6. We're just not going to see her on our normal cadence here in the paddock. 4 is Faded Memories. There's so much speed in the race. Both the 4 and the 5 figure to make some late noise, and we saw what happened in race 1. When the pace was hot, closers had the advantage, and that's what Kelsey Har will try to do here for Oscar Flores. This 4-year-old filly, 1 start at Canterbury at this level, ran a very good third, and the gray looks good down here, so watch for the 4 horse to be motoring late, along with the 5. Silly Notion, Alonso Quinones for the Silver Gang, and I'm telling you, the Silvers are sitting on some wins. 14 starts, only 1 win, but 8 for 14 in the money for that barn. That tells me they're sitting on some W's, and Silly Notion, like I said, should enjoy what could be a hot pace up front. It's race 2. It's 5.5 furlongs. Fillies and mares set to do battle. Welcome to a Wednesday night of racing at Canterbury Park. Get your bets in now. The last thing you want to do is get shut out.
The effervescent stylings of our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. And here are the 6 for race number 2, and we have no scratches. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are hungry, Bo Diddley's Deli Sandwich Shop is open on track level. Subs, salads, other deli specials from Bo Diddley's, level number 1.
We have a few events coming up. Well, we have a lot coming up at Canterbury, but mark your calendars for the Canterbury Concert Series all summer long. Beginning on July 29th, we have a wonderful series of musical acts. Quite a variety, too. Government Mule, Everclear, Anderson East, Martina McBride, St. Paul Peterson, all sorts of different acts. If you'd like to check out the lineups, the dates that they're here, and get your tickets, go to www.canterburypark.com. That's also where you can get tickets for the Taste of Canterbury. We have a bourbon whiskey smokehouse event coming up on July 9th and an Asian culinary experience coming up on July 30th. Basset Hound races are also coming up in between there on Sunday, June 26th. I guess before all of that, we pair it with live horse racing, family fun day activities, pony rides, face painting, all that good stuff coming up with round 2 of our dog races here at Canterbury Park. Further information, dates, and details on our website. We have 3 minutes now until race number 2, and your favorite resides on the outside, wildly dramatic at 6 to 5.
They're at the gate, and it's post time for the second at Canterbury Park. Here is Just Splendid going in. And grand slam home run. The favored, wildly dramatic. Racing. Wildly dramatic, often last. Grand slam home run goes swinging for the fences out of the gate. Honey Parade comes zinging through to the inside to put the white blinkers in front. Now Wildly Dramatic last out of the gate from 5th to 4th to 3rd and is in a hurry. Wildly Dramatic on the 3 wide side makes it a line of 3, and right behind them Kelsey and Faded Memories 2.5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Silly Notion. The one in last is Just Splendid. They come to the quarter pole and Honey Parade leads it by a neck. Wade hasn't done much work on this one. And outside of that, Wildly Dramatic spinning the wheels a bit. Grand slam home run plugging away. Faded Memories looking for a seam on the inside and is running quite well. That's Faded Memories. On the far outside, Silly Notion finishing okay, and up goes Faded Memories at 3-1. And the other 5 are nothing but a faded memory to this number 4. Victorious in race 2, it's Faded Memories. Race number 2 is official. $15 and change for the exacta. The 1-4 double paid nearly 15 to 1. The trifecta 4-5-6, $13.70. And now entering the winner's enclosure, Danny Caldwell's Faded Memories and Kelsey Haar. The winning trainer, Oscar Flores. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Atomic Data. That's our preferred IT solutions provider. Race number 3 is courtesy of Apple Autos, our official vehicle sponsor. Locations include Apple Ford Shakopee, Apple Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Shakopee, along with Apple Ford Lincoln, Apple Valley. And by the way, regarding admission at Canterbury, get your tickets online and save $2. Live racing tickets and tables are purchasable in advance through CanterburyPark.com. Race number 3 is 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes for the third race. And they're racing. Wildly Dramatic, often last. Grand Slam home run goes swinging for the fences out of the gate. Honey Parade comes zinging through to the inside to put the white blinkers in front. Now Wildly Dramatic last out of the gate from 5th to 4th to 3rd and is in a hurry. Wildly Dramatic on the 3 wide side makes it a line of 3, and right behind them Kelsey and Faded Memories 2.5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Silly Notion. The one in last is Just Splendid. They come to the quarter pole, and Honey Parade leads it by a neck. Wade hasn't done much work on this one. And outside of that, Wildly Dramatic spinning the wheels a bit. Grand Slam home run plugging away. Faded Memories looking for a seam on the inside and is running quite well. That's Faded Memories. On the far outside, Silly Notion finishing okay, and up goes Faded Memories at 3-1. And the other 5 are nothing but a faded memory to this number 4. Victorious in race 2, it's Faded Memories.
I'm down here in the paddock filling in for Kevin for a couple of races. If you want to see the brains behind the blog, there they are, Natalie and Jeff, bringing you all the in-depth stories here at Canterbury Park. But we get back to the handicapping side of things. We do have a power play coming up, and then remember, in race number 4 tonight, we will have that 10% takeout, pick 5. But I digress. We get back to race number 3. We stay on the main track. We'll go 1 mile for this one. They've started to come out into the paddock, and your 2-1 current favorite leads the way. That is Conquest Cobra in search of 2 in a row. Get a nice ride from Lindy Wade last time. Relaxed on the inside, kind of stayed glued to it, and then worked his way up and outgamed Shotgun Rider in the stretch. Conquest Cobra might get a very similar trip today, and that's probably why he's taking all the support that he is. He made a splash in his first start at Canterbury. Looks to go 2 for 2, and Conquest Cobra should get a very cozy trip, as it looks like there's some speed, but not a whole bunch. Candy Cove might be a contributor to that pace. He will go a mile for the second time in a row on the dirt, but he'll take a drop in class to do so. Candy Cove is very familiar with this main track. He has yet to hit pay dirt, but he was the one that I ended up on top because I thought that maybe he could get a good trip just outside of Jimmy's Marco, the kind of trip that he likes. Doesn't have a real big kick to him, but he does have enough early speed to be placed wherever Alonzo Quinones would like in the race. Thought Candy Cove would get a good shot and be a decent price, and right now he is at 5-1. Jimmy's Marco, the one that I mentioned before, should be the one leading the way, at least for a part of the race. He's 8-1. Jimmy's Marco is getting a little bit warm down here, but it is a hot day. Keep an eye on everybody in here because it is heating up as the day goes forward. Jimmy's Marco was 4th in the aforementioned Conquest Cobra race, but he did set the pace again for about half of it. This is going to be his 3rd race off the layoff, and he gets Kelsey Haar, who looks to put back-to-back victories together on this card. Jimmy's Marco should probably go up in price, I would guess, as they get to the gate. Not the case for Shotgun Rider. Well, he might be 5-2 by the time all is said and done. Israel Hernandez will take them out on him. He has taken a lot of the early money. Got kind of a wide trip, sat close to the pace, and made a very good run at Conquest Cobra down the stretch. He only came up a neck short that day and was kind of ping-ponging back and forth with that one through the stretch. Shotgun Rider with that sort of race should get at least a piece of this again. I took him in 3rd, but this is a very viable contender in here who, just like Candy Cove, my top choice, can be placed pretty much wherever Israel Hernandez would like early. Not necessarily the case for Buckster Hooter. This one would appreciate a little bit more pace than I think he'll get in here, but Buckster Hooter is very accomplished over this main track. 4 of his 11 victories have come on this surface, and 9-2 is a very square price. This horse can rebound in a hurry, too. He has proven that he can come off an off effort and get right back into the winner's circle, which is what he'll have to do today. He's been running consistently. He's 11 for 37. There's a lot of things to like about him, including the price, which just clicked up to 6-1. Just to his outside, it's one of the field's long shots, probably will be the field's long shot by the time all is said and done. That's Love My Boss. He's another big closer in this group. Didn't show much in that Conquest Cobra race, but that was his first since December. Should show a little bit more today. The outside horse as well, Lolly Express, will probably show a bit more. He doesn't really need to. He came off a nice 3rd. He was in that Conquest Cobra and Shotgun Rider race. Should be able to be positioned forwardly under Carlo Lopez. And Lolly Express right now is at 8-1. We find out in 8 minutes who takes the 3rd. They'll head out to the track. A power play is coming your way. And remember, the pick 5 is coming up next. There's the grid, 2 and 4 for everybody with 8 minutes to post. Your wagering options include win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, and double wagers. Good luck.
on the racetrack for the third. Post time 5 minutes from now.
Kevin Gorg up in the press box as we get ready for our power play of the night. And the power play tonight is going to be a big part of the pick 5 for me. It's race number 7, and it's horse 6, Bold Minister. Now, when you look at a race like this at 6.5 furlongs, a lot of things come to mind. First of all, you get a lot of route horses cutting back. And we see a horse that I highlighted here at Fairgrounds that's had some speed going longer. This 6.5 distance is a little tricky for speed horses. There's not a lot of speed in the race, and we see last time out, May the 29th, with Harry Hernandez, who rides back today. This horse was able to do the dirty work early and extend late. The trainer, Chris Richard, is a snappy 17% off a win. And then I like the fact that this horse has had trouble lines where he's been slow out of the gate, and he's starting to show some sharpness in his form, which means he's aggressive out of the gate. Let's go back and take a look at what he did in this race. As I mentioned, the fractions were honest. This is the horse right here, the 6 horse, with a part of that early 22.66, dueling wide the whole way. But what I like about this horse is we watch him bend around the turn. After being extended early, Harry Hernandez still had plenty of horse late. To me, that's the key, because at 6.5 furlongs, speed's one thing, but you have to save something for that last half furlong. You get these route horses that are cutting back, and tonight specifically in this race, there are a lot of horses that will be charging down the stretch. And this horse, to me, looks like a horse on the climb. He's in sharp form right now. He opened up late. They went racehorse time, too, for 5 furlongs. 58 flat is fast indeed, and you can see he won comfortably at the wire. Tonight, race 7, number 6, Bold Minister, big part of that pick 5 for the power play.
138, and it is now race time. Third at Canterbury, courtesy of Bud Light Seltzer, the official sponsor of Wednesday nights at Canterbury Park. Lolly Express, last in. They're racing Candy Cove off 3 steps slowly. That's not the case for Jimmy's Marco. Jimmy's Marco at 13-1 steams away by 1. A recovering Candy Cove assumes second. Now Jimmy's Marco opens up by 2. Then it's Lolly Express about 5 lengths from the front. Next to the rail is Conquest Cobra. The 10-year-old is looking for 2 consecutive wins and has been overtaken by Shotgun Rider. Then it's 3.5 back to Buckster Hooter. And the one in last is Love My Boss, 10 lengths rearmost. Up the barn side, Kelsey looking to go back-to-back. Jimmy's Marco 1, Candy Cove, despite the bad start, right there. Then it's Lolly Express, Shotgun Rider covers up Conquest Cobra. They're 4th and 5th and 3 lengths from the front, and about 3.5 clear from Buckster Hooter, and still not much from Love My Boss, who's being pushed on. Now they're into the far turn, nearly 3 abreast. Jimmy's Marco still handheld. Candy Cove draws closer. After that, Lolly Express, Shotgun Rider under an all-out drive by Izzy beginning to range in. Conquest Cobra still waiting for the light of day. Then it's Buckster Hooter and Love My Boss, and we have 3/16 to go, and Candy Cove in the queue attack the speed. Jimmy's Marco. Outside of that, Lolly Express, Shotgun Rider far outside, Buckster Hooter, Conquest Cobra 2.5 out of it. Lolly Express trying to run down Candy Cove. Outside of that, Buckster Hooter, Candy Cove game. Lolly Express not lollygagging, winning. Seven Lolly Express in 138.13. 7-2 and a photo. The numbers: 7213. The third race is official. First pick 3, 33.40 for 50 cents. 31.60 for the exacta. And the 50-cent trifecta paid $69.90. 10-cent superfecta, $74.50. It's big. We come now to the 4th. Our turf course is firm. The rail's at 30. No scratches. Father's Day is Sunday, and we would like for you to spend it with us at Canterbury Park. It's part of a big barbecue weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We have barbecue, racing, music, and a lot of fun. This weekend, Saturday at 5, Sunday, Father's Day at 1. The third race winner finds the winner's enclosure. It's Lolly Express and Carlo Lopez. The winning owner and trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Race number 4, right out here at the Berries, is provided by Maker's Mark and makersmark.com. They're racing. Candy Cove off 3 steps slowly. That's not the case for Jimmy's Marco. Jimmy's Marco at 13-1 steams away by 1. A recovering Candy Cove assumes second. Now Jimmy's Marco opens up by 2. Then it's Lolly Express about 5 lengths from the front. Next to the rail is Conquest Cobra. The 10-year-old is looking for 2 consecutive wins and has been overtaken by Shotgun Rider. Then it's 3.5 back to Buckster Hooter. And the one in last is Love My Boss, 10 lengths rearmost. Up the barn side, Kelsey looking to go back-to-back. Jimmy's Marco 1. Candy Cove, despite the bad start, right there. Then it's Lolly Express. Shotgun Rider covers up Conquest Cobra. They're 4th and 5th and 3 lengths from the front and about 3.5 clear from Buckster Hooter, and still not much from Love My Boss, who's being pushed on. Now they're into the far turn, nearly 3 abreast. Jimmy's Marco still handheld. Candy Cove draws closer. After that, Lolly Express. Shotgun Rider under an all-out drive by Izzy beginning to range in. Conquest Cobra still waiting for the light of day. Then it's Buckster Hooter and Love My Boss, and we have 3/16 to go, and Candy Cove in the queue attack the speed. Jimmy's Marco outside of that, Lolly Express. Shotgun Rider far outside. Buckster Hooter. Conquest Cobra 2.5 out of it. Lolly Express trying to run down Candy Cove. Outside of that, Buckster Hooter. Candy Cove game. Lolly Express not lollygagging. Winning.
Very, very gutsy effort by Lolly. We move on to race number 4. We'll go to the turf now. Remember, the pick 5 begins in this race. Race number 4 is the first leg of our 10% takeout. Easy for you to say, 50-cent pick 5. Now the field is going to join me momentarily. We don't have any changes in here. 8 go to post and a lot of money to the outside Minnesota bred. Hold the Spice is probably going to be your strong favorite throughout betting action. A lot of us tried to take a shot against him, including the Star Tribune, who went with the inside speedster Direct Action. Direct Action tried 2 turns and tried turf for the last time. A lot of hurdles for a horse to overcome, but he didn't handle it poorly at all. He only lost by 3 1/4 lengths. Right now you get 9-1. This should be the likely pace of the bunch, and there didn't appear to be a whole bunch of it in here. He's very much on his toes for the Silva gang, and that 9-1 probably will go down if he runs to his looks. Mystifier, the one just behind him, got a little warm last time. He's getting a little warm today, but he looks good nonetheless. This was my top choice, and right now he is 7-2. I thought this one could sit a little bit closer to the pace than most of these. He was a couple lengths off the pace when he broke his maiden last summer. That was also against Minnesota breds, and that was a nice, clear win at nearly 5-1. Mr. Fire again came off the shelf last time. Didn't make too much of a move, but he wasn't beaten that far by Ben's Malice, who we will see in stakes action next week. If you judge them by the company they keep, he, Hold the Spice, and Loring Park should take a lot of the action, and that's what's happening right now. He is 7-2. Talent and Tricks is 25-1. He was also in that Ben's Malice race. He got a very good trip. Carlo Lopez gave him a nice ride on the inside. When things opened up, he didn't push through, but that was also his first race since December. If you judge them by the company they keep and you're looking for value, this is your animal. Talent and Tricks has a lot of experience on this turf course. He did break his maiden. That's his only win, but a couple of seconds too, and every time he is a decent price, just like he is right now. You get 9-2 on Loring Park. I wouldn't expect that to last, but that is a very good price for this one. He's only missed the board once over this turf course. He was also in that Ben's Malice race, but like I said, he was third that day, and he might need a little bit more pace than I think he'll find in this spot, although he does have his stablemate just to his outside that should push things along. Loring Park, I still thought could maybe use this start. Maybe next time would be the time that I would put him on top, but I did use him in second. Loring Park makes lots of sense in this spot, as does Feeding Frenzy. 7-1 is a much better price on his stablemate, though. Feeding Frenzy has not been out since September, though, and you thought he would have been in that race last time around if he was all systems go. Alonzo Quinones will be aboard him, and I think that these two should be in the thick of things at the start. Tri-Spot is one you will not see until late if you see him at all. Both of his wins have come over this turf course, and he too was in that Ben's Malice race last time around. Tri-Spot is 30-1 at the moment, 12-1 on Gabriel's Legend right next door. He was only beaten 4 lengths in that Ben's Malice race. A lot of these were very close together, so if you think the pace gets hot, the outside 3 runners should stand to benefit from it, including him. That 12-1 might go up, too. Kelsey Har looks for another win on the card, and this horse is very well-versed in turf racing here at Canterbury. Same can be said for the outside runner, Hold the Spice. He is your 6-5 favorite. He will come running late. He probably needs more pace than he'll get last time, but he ran an excellent second behind Ben's Malice, almost caught in that day, and he is the one to beat in the estimation of the public. We'll find out in 8 minutes who is going to take the renewed rivalry between many of these. The Pick 5 begins here, and Kevin Gorg is going to take you through it coming up next.
Kevin Gorg up here in the press box. We get set now for the Canterbury Park 50-cent pick 5. It offers a 10% takeout, the lowest in the country. This is something you want to be involved in. We've had some huge payoffs this year. Let's take a look at a very difficult starter to the pick 5. This is a turf race for Minnesota breds. This is $36,000 allowance types, and the rail is out 30 feet, so keep that in mind. That brings the speed horses, I think, really into the fracas, and I'll start with number 1, Direct Action, who I think might be loose here. Very, very usable and will be on my ticket, along with the 2 Mystifier, Angela Herman's tout, that last time out broke from post 10. Now a much, much better post. Good connections. Mike Beeler's barn is starting to heat up. Keep an eye on that. I'll use my top pick, the 4, Loring Park. And yes, I'll, in protection mode, use the 8. I don't love the post for a big closer. Harry Hernandez has the horse with the best turf figures, so I have to use the horse 1, 2, 4, and 8. My single comes in leg 2, race 5. I'm all about Brother Harold in from Chicago for Joel Burnt. Good stalking speed, perfect post. Looks like maiden breaking time tonight. There'll be a lot of singles with that horse. Moving on to race 6, I'm going to use 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8. Another turf race with that rail out that I think is wide open. I'm going to go 5 deep in that race. Then we'll get down to the nuts and bolts of it. Race 7, using 2 horses. The 3, Warrior Boss, off a troubled trip, who's loving Canterbury. 9 for 15 in the top 3. And then the outside horse, number 6, Bold Minister, is the power play of the day. We hope to be alive to the final leg where we're going to use 2 horses. The 5, Yellow Dress for Diodoro, and my top pick, the 7, Amazing Lace, attack post in play, Luis Fuentes, for the very solid trainer, Tony Rengsdorf. Here's the ticket. It's a $40 ticket, 1, 2, 4, and 8, with 1, with 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8, with 3, 6, with 5 and 7. It's the pick 5. It's got a 10% takeout, and it's a way to score for hundreds, maybe thousands. Don't get shut out on the pick 5. You've got 3 minutes to get those bets in. Right now, we go to the winner's circle. Angela Herman, put a rock in it time.
It is time to put a rock in it, brought to you by our friends here at Continental Diamond. Our lucky contestant here from Chaska gets to 3 chances to throw a diamond into our beloved track announcer's mouth. If you can put a rock in it, you win a daily double pack. Pretty simple as that. I mean, it's a big target. Give it a shot. You've had some practice. You got this. If you get it in twice, we'll have Paul deliver you $100 himself. Give it your best shot. Oh, toss 1, hits him in the schnoz. That's okay. That's okay. You still got 2 more. Much closer, much closer. Okay, 3rd time's the charm. Get it in there. Get that daily double pack. Oh, so very close, so very close. Thank you for coming down and trying to put a rock in it. Yeah, you're good at that. You still get some admission passes to come back and try it again. You should. You're very, very good at this, and it takes a certain skill to put rocks in Paul Allen's mouth. Trust me, he's tried. If you want to try any of these, if you want to get involved in any of our fun promotions that we have, come check them out at the marketing level, or the marketing information booth on Track Level, Sorry TV. Go check it out and see what they have to offer each day, and you can get involved in the fun here in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle. We're 2 minutes away from the 50-cent pick 5, and your current 4 to 5 favorite remains Hold the Spice on the outside. Good luck.
They're at the gate, and it is now post time for the first turf race this beautiful Wednesday. The average odds for turf winners through the first month of the season is 10 to 1. The turf course has been quite unpredictable. The rail is at 30 feet, preserving inner lanes for next Wednesday's Mystic Lake Northern Stars Turf Festival, which is drawn very nicely. Hold the Spice, that's the white horse. Moving in, Harry Hernandez. 8 in the gate for the 4th. They're racing. Direct Action, Mystifier, Talent and Tricks, and outside of that, Feeding Frenzy off the layoff. They show speed. Talent and Tricks by a head with 1 lap to go. Loring Park at 2.5 to 1 is also very prominent. Direct Action now just off the heels of Talent and Tricks, and they're in very tightly, all of them in tightly. Mystifier is between runners. Feeding Frenzy to the outside of that one. Then we come to the 9-year-old Tri-Spot, 6 lengths from the lead to the outside of Gabriel's Legend. And Hold the Spice is content to lope along 10 lengths from the front. And the front provides a speed battle. It is Talent and Tricks to the inside of Loring Park. Loring Park an inch. After that, Feeding Frenzy about 2 lengths behind the stablemate to the outside of Mystifier and Direct Action closest to the rail. 2.5, 3 after that is Tri-Spot, and Hold the Spice is making a move and doing so wide. About 8 from the front to the outside of Gabriel's Legend. Loring Park trying to put away this long shot, Talent and Tricks. Talent and Tricks inside, then it's Loring Park. Tri-Spot getting an awesome trip at 60 to 1, and Tri-Spot is rolling up to the outside of Loring Park. Then we come back about 7 to Hold the Spice, running on but with work to do. Loring Park, Tri-Spot, Talent and Tricks, Hold the Spice. Tri-Spot, Loring Park, maybe by an inch. Hold the Spice, surging on the outside. Tri-Spot, Loring Park, and blowing right by is Hold the Spice. Last to first. Number 8, Hold the Spice first. 8-4-7-6. It was chalk all odds. It's unofficial. The fourth race is official. Pick 3, $43. The post time pick 4 paid $148.50. Exacta, $9 and change. Trifecta, $26.75. 10-cent superfecta paid well, $53.42. Tri-spot in fourth. We come now to the fifth race. No scratches and no rider changes. We are back to a fast main track for race number 5, which is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We have a new food option on the second level called Nacho y Tacho. Tachos are Canterbury's own tater tot nachos. Definitely worth sampling during live racing. They have nachos, tachos, spicy chicken sandwiches, beef empanadas, Southwest egg rolls, and jalapeno cream cheese puffs. Level 2, Nacho y Tacho. In the winner's enclosure, it is Hold the Spice. Couple of victories through 4 for jockey Harry Hernandez. Hold the Spice is owned and trained by Canterbury Hall of Famer Burnell Roan. The winner is a 6-year-old gray son of Hold Me Back out of Cinnamon Secret, bred in Minnesota by Team J&K. Race 5, 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Direct Action, Mystifier, Talent and Tricks, and outside of that, Feeding Frenzy off the layoff. They show speed. Talent and Tricks by a head with 1 lap to go. Loring Park at 2.5 to 1 is also very prominent. Direct Action now just off the heels of Talent and Tricks, and they're in very tightly, all of them in tightly. Mystifier is between runners. Feeding Frenzy to the outside of that one. Then we come to the 9-year-old Tri-Spot, 6 lengths from the lead to the outside of Gabriel's Legend, and Hold the Spice is content to lope along 10 lengths from the front, and the front provides a speed battle. It is Talent and Tricks to the inside of Loring Park an inch. After that, Feeding Frenzy about 2 lengths behind the stablemate to the outside of Mystifier and Direct Action closest to the rail. 2.5, 3 after that is Tri-Spot, and Hold the Spice is making a move and doing so wide. About 8 from the front to the outside of Gabriel's Legend. Loring Park trying to put away this long shot, Talent and Tricks. Talent and Tricks inside, then it's Loring Park. Tri-Spot getting an awesome trip at 60 to 1, and Tri-Spot is rolling up to the outside of Loring Park. Then we come back about 7 to Hold the Spice, running on but with work to do. Loring Park, Tri-Spot, Talent and Tricks, Hold the Spice. Tri-Spot, Loring Park, maybe by an inch. Hold the Spice, surging on the outside. Tri-Spot, Loring Park, and blowing right by is Hold the Spice, last to first. And in first is Perfect Dude. Perfect Dude from Tash Kent. T-Bone's Trick to the outside, then Roaming Union. And they're into the final 250. And the Dude has become imperfect. Tash Kent falls into the lead. T-Bone's Trick and Harry Hernandez trying to run down Tash Kent in the queue. It is Tash Kent, T-Bone's Trick. T-Bone's Trick has found the right trick 3 times in a row. Number 1 is number 1 with Harry. T-Bone's Trick wins. Dramatic, spinning the wheels a bit. Grand Slam home run plugging away. Faded Memories looking for a seam on the inside and is running quite well. That's Faded Memories. On the far outside, Silly Notion finishing okay, and up goes Faded Memories at 3-1. And the other 5 are nothing but a faded memory to this number 4. Victorious in race 2. It's Faded Memories. We have 3/16 to go, and Candy Cove in the queue attack the speed. Jimmy's Marco. Outside of that, Lolly Express, Shotgun Rider, far outside, Buckster Hooter, Conquest Cobra, 2.5 out of it. Lolly Express trying to run down Candy Cove. Outside of that, Buckster Hooter, Candy Cove game. Lolly Express, not lollygagging, winning. About 7 to hold the spice, running on but with work to do. Loring Park, Tri-Spot, Talent and Tricks hold the spice. Tri-Spot, Loring Park, maybe by an inch. Hold the spice, surging on the outside. Tri-Spot, Loring Park, and blowing right by is Hold the Spice, last to first.
Well, Hold the Spice looked like a big giant bunny rabbit, stampeded down that Canterbury stretch and got the favorite players home as the pick 5 starts out in chalky fashion, but that has not been the case throughout the season on our turf course or with our pick 5, so keep an eye on some long shots as the sequence progresses. Race number 5, we're going to go a flat mile. These are Minnesota-bred maiden claimers. When you hear the word maiden, that means they've yet to win a race, so strange things can happen, but you do see heavy favorites that dominate, and I think you're going to see that here in the 5th race. You can tell by the betting early on. You've got a Chicago shipper, and the Chicago shipper's been facing open company, now back with horses only bred in Minnesota. Brother Harold's in a good spot for victory. I do think there are a couple long shots, though, that you can mix into your exactas, trifectas, and superfectas. So let's handicap the field. Here is number 1 coming out of the saddling enclosure, looking good, nice and calm. Career start number 5. Takes a good drop in class, too. Had been facing special weight competition in Chicago, back with Minnesota breds for Joel Burnt. Excellent trainer. His go-to rider is Luis Fuentes. Lothenbach Silks, you get it. This is going to be a tough horse to beat. Not a lot to say about it other than, you're going to have to figure out a way to make money. And at 1-5, it's not going to be betting to win strictly. You're going to have to find a way to key this horse in an exacta or trifecta. But I just think this horse is going to be tough from the most advantageous post to boot. And the numbers tell the story. Number 2 is Lanakila for Michael Beeler. The trainer is heating up. The jockey's been red hot all season like he was last year. And this is a stretch out play. This horse faced better company going shorter in the mud. And that was the only start of this horse's career. Now, Hap Hot, who won that race, has come back to run big. And Mike Beeler is one of those trainers that can pop at a price. And maybe he doesn't win this race, but the 2 horse absolutely might be feeling good and could sneak into that trifecta and superfecta at those elongated odds. Number 3 is Uncle Al's Pal, Israel Hernandez for Joel Burnt. So you notice right away that the trainer of the favorite also puts this 3 in here. Not quite sure about that, but the horse ran a good third going shorter, is bred for a distance of ground. So some things to like, including a top barn at 11-1. Number 4 is Found Jordan. Maybe we have some fans here from Jordan, Minnesota that are going to use the name Found Jordan to find some money. You're going to get paid. Zeke Laura rides for Virginia Peters. 1 career start, not much to really go on, but the horse looks good in the paddock, and Found Jordan is a juicy 35-1. I think the most dangerous horse to the favorite is this next horse, number 5, Guess Check. My good friends Barry and Joni Butzo, who had a horse in the Kentucky Derby, another Mike Beeler horse, and a horse that ran a really good second behind Top Dog last time. Top Dog has come back to win, which is a very good handicapping angle. I'm a little surprised at 12-1. I will key this horse in my trifectas and superfectas. Number 6 might be the speed of the race early on. It's Warbucks. Harry Hernandez, watch out for that jockey for Clinton Stewart. Third off the layoff, stretching out with speed and a crafty pilot. 12-1. Number 7, it was the Devil's Idea. Chironis gets the call for Bollinger, another horse that exits a race won by Top Dog. Second off the layoff, good tracking speed, and makes a very nice impression here in the paddock. Good looking gray, kind of giving us a nice head nod down here. The ears are up. Expect the 7 to be very prominent early, and 6-1. And don't forget about the 8, KC's first BMW. Ruben Fuentes for Tanner Tracy. Exits a maiden special weight race where he was chasing much better competition. Exits that hot race, and the 8's got great energy down here. They're just trying to square this one away as they get down the bridle path. I think the 8's going to be out there near the front. I think the 8 can get the trifecta or superfecta and get a piece of this thing at a huge price. But can anybody beat the inside marker 2-5 on Brother Harold? That's my top pick, but you're going to have to find some long shots to make that trifecta or superfecta pay. Minnesota bred maidens traveling 1 mile. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
It's pick 4 time, and we're going to try to hone in on a single that apparently a lot of people have honed in on, and that's the angle horse for today, and that's the rail horse in here. And they're currently at 3 to 5. Brother Harold is the one that we're going to focus in on in our single in the pick 4. This is Brother Harold's last 4 races, and this is Joel Burnt's statistics, bringing Lothenbach horses up here, dropping them into maiden claimers, and its numbers speak for themselves. If you look in the last 4, they've tried to get him on the turf all 4 times, and maybe that'll be eventually where this horse thrives. But for right now, Brother Harold is on the on the dirt, and he is making a crucial switch to state breds. You can look at that last race on May 27th and see the top 3 finishers came from Turfway, Tampa, and the Fairgrounds. That's a lot different beast than he's going to have to deal with up here in Minnesota. Brother Harold has a touch of speed to him. They put blinkers on him last time, as he kind of wandered around in the stretch on May 7th. And Brother Harold, with that drop, with the move to state breds, and with the change in scenery, is going to be very, very tough when it comes to this pick 4. The board is showing it, and hopefully he just gets out clean from the inside. Not versatility. This horse is up against some horses that may not be quite ready for the task at hand. Brother Harold, again, is taking on some horses who have only started once, who have only sprinted, who haven't been running as much lately. It kind of looks stacked for him. That's why we singled him in that pick 4 ticket. He is your 3 to 5 favorite. He probably will remain below even money. Luis Fuentes won a lot of races already at this meet for Joel Burnt, and he is going to be the single on that pick 4 ticket. I thought that this horse would be in a good position throughout. And then we move on to race number 6. Only a couple on there for me. I used Calzone on the inside. Calzone is an interesting horse because he's tried to get on the turf twice, but he has not made it yet to that surface. But he ran well enough in defeat in a couple of races at Tampa, where I thought he was an interesting item compared to what should be the heavy favorite in Ardenwood, who is 0 for 9, who has raced primarily on dirt and hasn't really shown all that much on turf up to this point, but that was a deceptively good race. I mean, the running line doesn't spell out how well he ran at Keeneland. Gallardo's in the saddle for him. He was the leading apprentice back in 2016. Has had a different road to get here, but he lands at Canterbury to ride Ardenwood, and this horse should be involved in the running throughout. Ardenwood has just got some very good opportunities on the main track. I didn't think that he was quite as much of a slam dunk as this horse, but he is going to be very tough to beat in race number 6. In the 7th, I only used my top 2 choices in there. Warrior Boss, I didn't think would even end up favored. I think that Bold Minister might end up the favorite. I leaned the way of Warrior Boss on the class drop because he just completely did not show up in the 10,000 legs. Might have been a bit too much, but they put him in a very realistic spot to pick up his 4th lifetime win. That would be his 4th lifetime win at Canterbury, and he should have some pace to run at. It looks like a very balanced pace scenario, but I don't think he'll be too far out of it at any point, and I think that Warrior Boss is the one to beat in there. I spread out in our final thoroughbred race of the evening, as it's a turf sprint, and a very interesting one at that. I don't know who's going to end up the favorite in there. Maybe the outside horse, but I'm not going to use her. I don't really care for Amazing Lace off that last race. She had every opportunity to go by a dropper named Later Days from the Diodoro barn. She didn't do it. They've claimed her out of that race. Tony Rengstorff will put her on the turf for just the 2nd time in her career, but she is 1 for 13. I opted to use some lesser raced horses in there, including a very interesting item that Jay Litzel likes in there named House of Targaryen. The 2 horse in here is a full sister to a horse that he has had a lot of success with named Brenda's an Eyeful, and they're going to put her on the turf sprinting for the 2nd time. The way that she ran out on synthetic surfaces in California would lead you to believe that she could handle turf sprinting. Maybe going 2 turns on the turf at the fairgrounds was a bit too much for her. 2, 4, and 5 with me to close out that $6 ticket in the late pick 4. Just 1 minute to put those tickets in, and your heavy favorite remains the angle horse, Brother Harold, in the 5th.
Please hold all tickets. There will be a general steward's inquiry into the start of race 5. Brother Harold, the heavy favorite, finds the front in sole alone fashion, and Brother Harold and Luis Fuentes cruise along leading by 3. Guest Check is circumnavigating the field to the outside of Lanaquila, and those two battle for second, about 2.5 lengths behind Brother Harold. Then we come to Uncle Al's Pal. That one's advancing about 2.5 behind the stablemate. Then we come to Found Jordan, the long shots to the inside of that 7. It was the Devil's Idea, and they're only 4 lengths from the front. After that, back in last is Warbucks, and in first is Brother Harold. Brother Harold from Guest Check with 3 furlongs to go. Right behind them is It Was the Devil's Idea, and said trio begins to run away from the rest of the field. Uncle Al's Pal spinning the wheels, likewise for Found Jordan. Then we come to Warbucks, and way back in last is Lanaquila. Luis Fuentes gets busy on Brother Harold. It's Brother Harold, the heavy favorite from Guest Check, and It Was the Devil's Idea to the outside. 8th pole. Brother Harold needs to dig deep at 1-2 and fend challenges. Brother Harold leads it by 2 from a pesky Guest Check, but Brother Harold has done enough to win, and Brother Harold makes them cry uncle. Steward's inquiry into the start of race 5, specifically number 8, KC's first BMW. 1573 is unofficial. We had a claim in race number 5. Stand by. The winner, Brother Harold, claimed for 25 grand. The new trainer, Ron Westerman, and the owner, Todd Verhusen. The inquiry sign has been removed. No change to the final order of finish. And number 8, KC's first BMW, is deemed a starter by the stewards. The gate opened in unison with the rest of the field. The assistant starter did his job, and KC's first BMW stumbled badly unseating the rider. In the winner's enclosure, it's Brother Harold and Luis Fuentes. The winning owner, Lothenbach Stables, who also bred Brother Harold in Minnesota. The winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Brother Harold is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Tis Now from the Candy Ride mare. Hello, everybody. Fifth race official. We come now to race number 6. And back to the firm turf course, rail at 30. No scratches, no rider changes. And post time's about 20 minutes from now. This one is courtesy of Holiday Inn Express and Suites here in Shakopee. Special rates for Canterbury Park fans. It's just a mile from Canterbury. So if you're looking for an overnight stay, we encourage you to consider Holiday Inn Express and Suites. They're racing number 8, Casey's first BMW. Unseated Ruben Fuentes shortly after the start. Ruben bounced up okay and is walking off the track under his own power. Please hold all tickets. There will be a general steward's inquiry into the start of race 5. Brother Harold, the heavy favorite, finds the front in sole alone fashion, and Brother Harold and Luis Fuentes cruise along leading by 3. Guest Check is circumnavigating the field to the outside of Lanaquila, and those two battle for second, about 2.5 lengths behind Brother Harold. Then we come to Uncle Al's Pal. That one's advancing about 2.5 behind the stablemate. Then we come to Found Jordan, the long shots to the inside of that 7. It was the Devil's Idea, and they're only 4 lengths from the front. After that, back in last is Warbucks, and in first is Brother Harold. Brother Harold from Guest Check with 3 furlongs to go. Right behind them is It Was the Devil's Idea, and said trio begins to run away from the rest of the field. Uncle Al's Pal spinning the wheels, likewise for Found Jordan. Then we come to Warbucks, and way back in last is Lanaquila. Luis Fuentes gets busy on Brother Harold. It's Brother Harold, the heavy favorite from Guest Check, and It Was the Devil's Idea to the outside. 8th pole. Brother Harold needs to dig deep at 1-2 and fend challenges. Brother Harold leads it by 2 from a pesky Guest Check, but Brother Harold has done enough to win, and Brother Harold makes them cry uncle.
Fast and Furious movie. I like cars.
Spider-Man.
Lonesome Dove.
Coming to America, but I just thought it was so funny when I first seen it.
It would be Taken.
Kind of enjoy the Harry Potter movies. Not because it's my name, but I like the Harry Potter movies.
Maybe Lonesome Dove. Something along them lines. Older cowboy flicks.
Well, it wasn't easy, but Brother Harold broke the maiden at 1-2 odds, and the pick 5 goes chalk to start. So if you're alive, that's terrific. That's the good news. The bad news is you're going to need to find a price here in the final 3 races to make that ticket pay off. We've seen some unbelievable payoffs, and we've got some big racing coming up. I asked you last week about circling that calendar for June the 22nd, Northern Stars Turf Festival. The races come up huge. I'm talking 11, 12, 13-horse fields. Keep an eye on that June the 22nd. A week from the night, one of the biggest nights every year at Canterbury. Maidens on the turf here. Maiden special weight the level, traveling 1 mile, and here they are. Number 1 is Calzone. Luis Valenzuela gets the call for Lynn Rarick. Good connections, and we talk about it year in and year out. Horses that ship in from Tampa Bay Downs can do some damage here at Canterbury. Calzone, looking for a tasty result, is 8-1. Boy, the 2 makes a really nice impression in the paddock. Good-looking horse is Portsmouth. Kelsey Haar already has a win in the card. She rides for Tim Dixon. And last time out, this was the horse's turf debut and ran a beauty, finishing 3rd against Similar. I think the 2 has a good post, has a good running style for the way the race looks, and should be a major player when they turn for home. But the horse to beat, no question about it, in from Glitzy Keeneland, number 3, Ardenwood, for Mr. Mac Robertson. Eduardo Gallardo gets the call. We don't see Eduardo here at Canterbury very often, but he gets a horse that last time was way out in post 9 out of 12, and that was a big race, too, a $91,000 maiden race at Keeneland. This is a softer spot. The horse should be prominent early. The rail is out 30 feet. A lot of things going in the favor, except for the price. Right now, it's even money. Number 4 is PR Call Me Maybe. And this horse has 2 career starts, one in Nebraska, one here, and showed a touch of speed last time out. Okay turf bloodlines, but I'm going to wait and see on that one. Number 5 is Donald Trump's favorite horse. It's Swamp Trainer. There he is. Izzy Hernandez gets the call for Paul Pearson. Third off the layoff, 0 for 9 in the career. That's the pesky part. This is career start number 10, so we'll see if Swamp Trainer can come charging from the back of the stretch. It's 17-1 currently. 6 is Untold Story, Harry Hernandez for Jonathan Wong. Great connections, 1 start back in Arizona. That was on the dirt. Should improve going to the turf. I like the bloodlines, and I like the fact that the horse might get some pace to run it. Number 7 will bring the pace. That's Runaway Harry. Luis Fuentes for Tony Rengsdorf. That lone career turf start was actually pretty good. Last August against a horse called a Rose for Raven. That's a very nice turf horse. Keep an eye on the 7. I think this is one of those horses you can mix into your Try and Super to juice it up, as is the 8. I think if you like the favorite, what I do, the 8 to me is the biggest danger. That's Seeking Splendor. Zeke Laura gets the call for the Silva Gang. This horse has turf experience, is a proven closer, and can drop behind the field and make one big run at 6-1. Might be the value right now up on the board. Oh, here we go. Turf racing. Maidens. What a race we've got here. All kinds of great betting options as we sail into the Shakopee night on this sultry Wednesday. Who do you like? Race 6 on the grass. Get your bets in now. The last thing you want to do is get shut out.
He is Sir Leonard Dykert. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Len. To the firm turf course, rail at 30 for race 6, and we have no scratches.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle. We're going to play a little game of blackjack, and we're going to play with the Tommy, Mr. Gorg. And who do we have here today playing?
Nick,
Nick, where are you from?
Chaska.
And do you play a lot of blackjack in your spare time?
Not too much, but sometimes.
Okay, so you know the basic rules. You're going to have to beat our marketing team over here, and they'll stand on 17. Anything over that, you get to do it. Now, you've cut the cards. Are you ready to play? If you do, you get a couple of passes to Twin City Summer Jam.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, deal it out. Oh, wow, that's an excellent first cut for you. Okay, you have 20. The dealer shows a jack. Would you like to hit or would you like to stay?
Stay.
I think that's a wise move. Okay, dealer. 16 does have to hit. You busted him. You busted him at 26. Well done. That was easy. My goodness, they were going to give you 2 tries. Why do 2 and 1 will do? Congratulations. You've won 2 tickets to Twin City Summer Jam. Any victorious words for all your adoring fans now up in the press box?
Nope, no words. Thankful.
We'll see you back here for Summer Jam. Congratulations.
it's post time. One out, all in, turf time. They're racing in the Vinny Aragoni. PR Call Me Maybe out fast. And at 50-1, PR Call Me Maybe, Ardenwood, they show speed. Runaway Harry is about 2 lengths from the lead and 2.5 clear from Portsmouth. And Portsmouth is 5 out of it, securing the inside. And the leader still is the long shot, PR Call Me Maybe. Ardenwood trying to sneak up through the inside. After that, we come back to Swamp Drainer. Swamp Drainer's mid-pack, 8 lengths from the front as the leaders begin to get away. Then we come to Seeking Splendor. That one runs by Untold Story. And the one in last is Calzone. Covered by 13, the pace is kind of hot. And 2 travel in perfect harmony there, 3 and 4. Ardenwood to the inside of PR Call Me Maybe. And now the favored Ardenwood is pulling clear from the long shot. After that, Runaway Harry, 5 out of it. And Runaway Harry's rider as the patriotic colors beginning to close in and angling to the inside of a fading long shot. Ardenwood leads by 3, and out of the pack comes Runaway Harry. Number 5, Swamp Drainer, is unseated Izzy. Number 5 is unseated the rider, and Ardenwood leads it by 1.5 lengths. Right behind that one is Runaway Harry, and then we come to Portsmouth finishing okay. Into the final furlong, it is Ardenwood looking to fend the challenge of Runaway Harry at 7-1. Ardenwood too good. It is Ardenwood from Runaway Harry who's lunging late, but Ardenwood prevails. 3-7-2 in race number 6. Steward's inquiry involving number 5, Swamp Drainer, unseating Israel Hernandez. The rider still lay on his back at about the 5/16. That's the middle of the final turn on the turf course. And a couple of members of the Canterbury medical team are tending to him, and they arrived post haste. $3,728 is unofficial. Good news, jockey Israel Hernandez got up under his own power and walked into the ambulance. And number 5, Swamp Drainer, has been captured by one of our outriders and is heading back clockwise, south side of Canterbury. Inquiry sign still up. The track referees, our stewards, taking a look at the far turn to see exactly what caused number 5 to unseat the rider. Ardenwood breaks the maiden, and the winning rider, Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Hugh Robertson and Barry Butzo, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Results still unofficial. Stand by. There will be no change to the final order of finish. Number 5, Swamp Drainer, was rolling up to the outside and may have clipped heels with a horse in front of him. But nevertheless, nobody was of any concern, or there was nothing egregious that took place with any of the other runners, causing number 5, Swamp Drainer, to drop Izzy. So there will be no change. 3728 will be official shortly. As in now. 3728. Skinny prices up and down. Ardenwood prohibitively favored. The 7th race brings us back to the fast main track. No scratches in race 7. Don't forget we have live music each and every Thursday at Canterbury. Ragtown performs tomorrow on the Mystic Lake Music Stage. CanterburyPark.com for information. And they're racing in the Vinny Aragoni. PR Call Me Maybe out fast. And at 50-1, PR Call Me Maybe, Ardenwood, they show speed. Runaway Harry is about 2 lengths from the lead and 2.5 clear from Portsmouth. And Portsmouth is 5 out of it, securing the inside. And the leader still is the long shot, PR Call Me Maybe. Ardenwood trying to sneak up through the inside. After that, we come back to Swamp Drainer. Swamp Drainer's mid-pack, 8 lengths from the front as the leaders begin to get away. Then we come to Seeking Splendor. That one runs by Untold Story. And the one in last is Calzone. Covered by 13, the pace is kind of hot. And 2 travel in perfect harmony there, 3 and 4. Ardenwood to the inside of PR Call Me Maybe. And now the favored Ardenwood is pulling clear from the long shot. After that, Runaway Harry, 5 out of it. And Runaway Harry's rider is the Patriotic Exotic Colors beginning to close in and angling to the inside of a fading long shot. Ardenwood leads by 3, and out of the pack comes Runaway Harry. Number 5, Swamp Drainer, is unseated Izzy. Number 5 is unseated the rider, and Ardenwood leads it by a length and a half. Right behind that one is Runaway Harry, and then we come to Portsmouth finishing okay. Into the final furlong, it is Ardenwood looking to fend the challenge of Runaway Harry at 7-1. Ardenwood too good. It is Ardenwood from Runaway Harry who's lunging late, but Ardenwood prevails. 3-7-2 in race. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the 7th race, a jockey change being announced for the first time. Number 4, Enough Nonsense, is ridden by Ezekiel Lara. That's here in the 7th race. Number 4, picked up by Lara.
Well, trainer Mac Robertson, year after year, so consistently good. He brings in Eduardo Gallardo, the Keeneland shipper, has to duel through some very fast fractions and saves just enough energy to get to the wire. We move on now to race number 7, 6 and a hook. So 6.5 furlongs is a little quirky. It's a little longer than those typical sprints we run here out of the chute. And I think horses that have some experience in those route races always seem to have success in these. It looks like a good betting affair. Let's start with number 1, Magic Carpet. Kelsey Hart in the saddle. She looks for her second win on the night. How about the heartbreaker last time at Will Rogers in the mud, off at 6-1 and loses a photo on a head bob. Tough break last time. If the horse can duplicate that effort on a fast track tonight, certainly Magic Carpet could fly into contention at 6-1. 2 is a gorgeous looking gray, making his presence felt down here, looking good with the arch neck. It's Holy Muchacho. Jermaine Bridgman gets the call this time, and one start this season, it was at Canterbury, had come off a long layoff too, hadn't raced since October at Arapahoe, and so probably needed that start last time, should be more fit, could improve. Holy Muchacho is 8-1. Number 3 likely goes off as the favorite. This is Warrior Boss for one of the bosses training, and that's Joel Burnt. So good. This horse has a great record at Canterbury. 15 starts on the main track, 9 for 15 in the trifecta. Drops out of a stakes race and should be motoring when they turn for home. Big closer likes to pick up the pieces late. Put Zeke Laura on number 4. Jockey change to Laura on the 4. This is enough nonsense. Lots of speed here, turf to dirt, and a slight class drop. So you got some handicapping angles. Lesser competition, turf to dirt with speed. Zeke Laura astride. And how about the fans? 8-1 morning line set by a professional. Conspicuous at half that right now at 4-1. Number 5 is My Dominator. Carter rides this one for Brucey Rican. Sneaky good fourth last time behind Blaine Bishop and Kierkegaard. Those are hard-knocking claimers. My Dominator is a really good price. 4-1 morning line up on the board at 13-1. So you got an overlay. That looks like a horse you want to mix into your tries and supers. I think 6 is going to get the trip here. I like Bold Minister with Harry Hernandez for Chris Richard. The one start at Canterbury was a good one. The question mark for me will be that extra half furlong. I think turning for home, this horse should be either on or real close to the front. That last half furlong's when the closers can come running, but I think the 6 can scoot clear. I trust Harry Hernandez, and boy, does the horse have good energy down here in the walking ring. Number 7 is I'm a Sunny Song. Miguel Arroyo gets the call for Troy Bethke. The pesky part is the 2 for 23 in the career, but 15 for 23 in the top 3, which tells you this horse tends to hang around and get a slice. Attack post, stalking speed, certainly some things to like at a big price. 6.5 furlongs. We've seen so much chalk tonight in that pick 5. Can we get an upset? Can anybody beat the 3 or the 6? $10,000 claimers. They're ready to rock and roll. They head down the path. It's race number 7. It's all coming up and coming at you next.
Thank you, Mr. Dykert. Thank you. To the racetrack for the 7th, no scratches. Here's a rider change in the 8th being announced for the first time. Race number 8. Number 2, House of Targaryen, to be ridden by Luis Valenzuela. Valenzuela picks up 2. House of Targaryen in the 8th.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winter Circle one more time. This time the Mystic Lake Horseshoe Toss is up next. We have a very special birthday, as you as you can see on the screen. Jason Phoenix will be the first one up. You guys just have to either get a ringer or get the closest. You get $20 from Mystic Lake. Pretty simple. Pitch the horseshoe, pitch it right. You get a little leeway if it's your birthday, so I apologize, competition. Ready, go. Not a bad toss at all. Not bad, not bad. Got a little too far, but that's okay. I think you can beat Texas. Oh, that was easy. Much too easy, much too easy. Happy birthday. You get $20 from Mystic Lake. Come back over here. Come here. Happy birthday to you. And do you have any wishes for your birthday party and anybody that came out to celebrate with you?
I do, actually. We're going to party hard. Let's do this. It's not my birthday. No, it's not.
We'll pretend that it is. Either way, thank you for coming out to play the horseshoe toss. If you want to play the horseshoe toss, come and join us down here at night. We do lots of fun promotions day in, day out here in the Mystic Lake Winter Circle. You have 2 minutes to bet race number 7 if you so choose, and your 3-2 favorite is Warrior Boss.
One out. I'm a Sunny Song, last in line. Here they come. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. I'm a Sunny Song comes out very speedily and now is joined by the class dropping Enough Nonsense, and inside of them is Warrior Boss, nearly 3 in a line with 5 furlongs to go. Advancing on the outside is Bold Minister in search of 2 in a row, and between runners is the class ascending Holy Muchacho. 5 behind that to Magic Carpet. That one is 9 lengths from the lead, second last, and to the inside of My Dominator. And they head into the far turn, and still with the head in front is Enough Nonsense attempting to run away. Enough Nonsense leads it by 1. Cruising up stylishly on the outside is Bold Minister, and Bold Minister cuts that lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Bold Minister trying to run away from Enough Nonsense and finding the toil to be difficult. 5 lengths behind that to Warrior Boss. One is 8-5, needing to give a ton more. Outside of that, My Dominator. They're into the final furlong, and Bold Minister trying to lay down the law. Here's My Dominator at 6-1, finishing fast to the outside, but not fast enough. And Bold Minister gets to preach in the winner's circle. Number 6, Bold Minister, ran first. Photo for the rest, 1:17.19 the final time. And we had a claim in race number 7. Six, 5, 3, 4. The winner, Bold Minister, claimed. The price tag $10,000. The owner trainer, Alfredo Esprino. Official. It's 2 wins in a row for Bold Minister and 3 wins on the card for jockey Harry Hernandez. The winning owner, Balkrishna Sukaran, and the winning trainer, Chris Richard. $14.80 for the exacta. Trifecta paid nearly $20. 10-cent superfecta, $10.11. The most recent pick 3 paid $5.55. 8th race, number 2, House of Targaryen, is ridden by Luis Valenzuela. Turf Course Firm for the 8th, our final thoroughbred race today. Kim, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. I'm a Sunny Song comes out very speedily and now is joined by the class dropping Enough Nonsense, and inside of them is Warrior Boss, nearly 3 in a line with 5 furlongs to go. Advancing on the outside is Bold Minister in search of 2 in a row, and between runners is the class ascending Holy Muchacho. 5 behind that to Magic Carpet. That one is 9 lengths from the lead, second last, and to the inside of My Dominator. And they head into the far turn, and still with the head in front is Enough Nonsense attempting to run away. Enough Nonsense leads it by 1. Cruising up stylishly on the outside is Bold Minister, and Bold Minister cuts that lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Bold Minister trying to run away from Enough Nonsense and finding the toil to be difficult. 5 lengths behind that to Warrior Boss. This one is 8-5, needing to give a ton more. Outside of that, My Dominator. They're into the final furlong, and Bold Minister trying to lay down the law. Here's My Dominator at 6-1, finishing fast to the outside, but not fast enough. And Bold Minister gets to preach in the winner's circle. Oh, here we are. I'm the Chaser. Welcome back to a week of racing at Canterbury. And quite predictably, it's been very difficult for the Chaser, still lamenting Nest, having a rough trip in the Belmont, and I needed that so badly. And then I look at the TVs here in the Dark Star press box, and I have a series bet on the Tampa Bay Lightning plus 155, and they're getting killed with like Colorado looking like they have 9 Gretzkys. And I'm blown out of the pick 5. So that's the beauty of the Chaser, in that we have a way to find a way, at least that is, to get the money back, recoup the cash with this one, Karolinka. All right, Karolinka right now is 4-1. The 5 Yellow Dress never has won on the turf, trained by Diodoro. That undoubtedly is a steamer. So we're going to have to get around that one. And with Karolinka, if you look at Karolinka's last couple of races down Phoenix way, clearly the horse went pear-shaped and needed rest. The Chaser likes when I and horses get rest. And the last W is on the Canterbury Park turf course. And yes, I know I draw like a child, but that's okay. I'm about ready to cash on Karolinka like an adult here on the turf course at 3.5-1. Alonso Quinones has 996 wins in his career. The only way to get to 1,000 is to start winning right here, right now. The Chaser needs it like he needs to breathe. Let's go Q.
Into the second month of racing here in Shakopee. Harry Hernandez was one of those jockeys all of us in the press box were excited to see come to this Canterbury Park meeting. He had such a great winner at Turf Paradise, and he's put on a show so far this season. He and Lindy Wade right now dueling near the top of the jockey standings. And again, I look back at race 7, and I love watching back races and seeing trips, and he gave that 6-horse the perfect trip, didn't panic early, knew about that extra half furlong, saved enough energy, and he needed all of it to get to the wire. But we got an excellent rider in Harry Hernandez. He gets the job done in the 7th. Payoffs aren't terrible in the pick 5. That ticket we put together, I think paying $90 or $110 here to the 5 or the 7, so we'll try to keep that going and get the cash for you here. Race 8's a turf sprint, and those races this year have been fabulous for prices and cool races, and we're going to see another one next Wednesday in the Dark Star Cup, which is a turf sprint and a big stakes race with horses shipping in from all over the country. So this is one of those races where, yes, you want to handicap this race, you want to win this race, but take a look at the trip in these races. To me, turf racing, everything gets magnified with saving ground, making the move at the right time, and that jockey's responsibilities seem to get magnified. So really fun race to handicap. We'll start with number 1, What Now My Love. Kelsey Haar gets the call here for Paul Pearson. You go back to that last turf start. It was at Sam Houston in April. And you can draw a line through it. Was steadied early in the race, really never had a chance. And the horse has shown some speed since then. The blinkers come off. Kelsey's a terrific rider, and she's good getting horses out of the gate. So I think this horse is a sneaky long shot. And I think 7-1's a very fair price on What Now My Love. You want good turf bloodlines? How about number 2, House of Targaryen for Miguel Angel Silva? That turf number, the Tomlinson number, up over 400. Now, the turf start this horse has in the bank, again, troubled trip at the fairgrounds. I'm going to draw a line through it. Last time out, looked tightener, so probably more fit right now, and 5-1. 3 is putting on a show down here in the paddock. How about the good-looking number 3 here, and Isles? Zeke Laura for Nevada Liffin. I love the energy, the ears up, good-looking muscle, good-looking coat, lots to like physically. The question for me is the layoff. This horse hasn't raced since January. It's only 5 furlongs, so if the horse gets out of the gate and is ready to run, no question, the speed figures tell me this horse can contend. I like the most recent workout, and because this horse looks so darn good in the paddock, I am absolutely putting this horse on my exotic wagers. Exactas, tries, and supers, the 3 will be punched when I get back to the press box. Really like what I'm seeing here in the paddock. Number 4 is Karolinka. Here comes the chaser for PA. Off since March, Alonzo Quinones. Decent turf numbers in Arizona, but if you go back to last fall at Canterbury, that 62 buyer figure back in September puts the horse center square into contention here. PA's tout is 4-1. Number 5 is Yellow Dress. Lindy Wade for Robertino Diodoro. 3rd off the layoff. 1 career turf start at Santa Anita down the hill. So we didn't really learn much that day, but when you get these connections, you better pay attention. They're quite good. Fans are doing just that at 9-5. 6 is Mickey Dobbs. Harry Hernandez looks for a riding triple. This horse last seen in March in Arizona, a touch of stalking speed, 5 career turf starts, 3 for 5 in the money, and getting a little rambunctious down here in the paddock. My pick in the race is all the way to the outside. I'm going to try number 7, Amazing Lace. Luis Fuentes for Tony Rengsdorf. I like the attack post. I like that natural speed this horse seems to possess. And the lone turf try down at Evangeline was actually quite good. I went back and watched that race. That was a good effort. And I also like the way the 7 looks in the paddock. I'll take 3-1 on Tony Rengsdorf's charge here in race number 8. We still have 2 awesome quarter horse dashes. And if you're at Canterbury here on track, go out to the apron for the 9th and 10th. They come thundering down that stretch. There's nothing quite like quarter horse racing. But we close the thoroughbred portion with a 5 furlong turf dash. It's race 8, and we're ready to rock and roll. Get those bets in now and enjoy another awesome race right here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
It's post time. Post time for race 8. Number 4, Rambunctious.
Get a horse back!
That horse is Amazing Lace. Here they come. They're racing on the beautiful turf at CBY, and Mickey Dobbs comes out very fast. Mickey Dobbs by a length and a half. What Now, My Love is next, but has been overtaken by 2, including Amazing Lace. In between them is Yellow Dress, and they are about a length behind the speed. 5, 6 lengths after that is And Isles beginning to advance, passing What Now, My Love. Then it's 3 after that to Karolinka, and the one in last is House of Targaryen. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Mickey Dobbs still leads. It's Mickey Dobbs. Yellow Dresses all over Mickey Dobbs. Amazing Laces 3 wide. Behind them is Karolinka closing fast, and even farther behind is And Isles. It is Yellow Dress along with Amazing Lace and Karolinka at 4-1. Surging to victory. Karolinka put a Q around race 8. Number 4, Karolinka ran first. 4:7:35 in 57.11. Results are unofficial. And the 8th race is official. Most recent double, $18.50. Pick 3 paid $20. Our final pick 4 today, $33.30. The pick 5, $181.15 for all 5. Superfecta, 35 and change. The trifecta, Chaser, all odds, 55.55. 9th race begins Dr. Dan's late double. Number 1, Latinos, should be listed as a gelding. Post time for the 9th race, 20 minutes from now. We had a claim in race number 8. Number 7, Amazing Lace, the runner-up, claimed by trainer Chris Richard for Big Dog Racing. Amazing Lace claimed 20K. Richard, Big Dog. Into the winner's enclosure, Karolinka and Alonzo Quinones. This one is owned by 7 Arm Stable and the winning trainer, DVW, David Van Winkle. We thank Quick Trip for summer sponsorship. Save money at Quick Trip with the Quick Rewards app and learn more at quickrewards.com. We also thank JTR Roofing. That's roof with JTR.com. And the 9th race is courtesy of Ornitos. Discover Ornitos Premium Tequila here at Canterbury Park. And they're racing on the beautiful turf at CBY, and Mickey Dobbs comes out very fast. Mickey Dobbs by a length and a half. What Now, My Love is next, but has been overtaken by 2, including Amazing Lace. In between them is Yellow Dress, and they are about a length behind the speed. 5, 6 lengths after that is And Isles beginning to advance, passing What Now, My Love. Then it's 3 after that to Karolinka, and the one in last is House of Targaryen. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Mickey Dobbs still leads. It's Mickey Dobbs. Yellow Dresses all over Mickey Dobbs. Amazing Laces 3 wide. Behind them is Karolinka closing fast, and even farther behind is And Isles. It is Yellow Dress along with Amazing Lace and Karolinka at 4-1. Surging to victory. Karolinka put a Q around race 8.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you up here in the Canterbury Park press box in our TV studio to take you through the late daily double. Angela, quarter horses take center stage here, which is always exciting.
Of course you love the quarter horses, but
I'm still learning.
We have 2-year-olds going in the 9th race, and we have maiden older horses going in the 10th. But either way, both horses in the 9th and the 10th are going to win for the very first time. And this might be a look ahead to some of the quarter horse races we have down the road, because we do get a lot of Minnesota-bred quarter horse races, especially towards the end of the season. But a good look at some horses who couldn't quite make the races in Remington Park for some of their connections that raced down there, or that didn't make the North Stars Futurity. We do have one that exited that, but we still have 5 others that have never raced, and it's kind of interesting to look in the works, try to read between the lines and see if you can beat the heavy favorite, because Peaceful Rain probably will only go down from that 4 to 5 price. I would guess somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 or 3 to 5 by the time all is said and done.
How about the start for Jason Olmstead Training and Eduardo Escobedo, his go-to rider? They've just dominated with the quarter horses now. On the jockey side, Escobedo, 6 for 9. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, they come up with a barn that's loaded and ready, and it shows. I mean, and they have a lot of Minnesota breds, too. They're not all necessarily from the same connections either. And we still have to give some love to everybody else in here, because this horse, even though Peaceful Rain is the only one who's run previously, not like she blew anyone's doors off. Of course, it was her first race, but she was in with a lot of her stablemates, and she didn't take as much money as they did. So let's take a look at the rest of them as they do come out here. And with first-timers, of course, we'll have equipment that doesn't show up on there, like blinkers for the first time on the inside horse. And we'll see how they're acting down there in the paddock. It matters a little bit more with 2-year-olds than it does with elders, so let her rip.
Yeah, decent crowd, warm weather. Keep an eye on how these horses look, not just now in the paddock. Our camera crew does an awesome job showing you here, but all the way to the starting gate, because with the warm weather here, like all over the country, these horses can get a little washed out and run their race before the gate opens. This is Ladinos, and Estrada gets the call here. I like the workout pattern. You see a bullet work in the mix. You see a horse that's wearing those blinkers, as Angela adroitly pointed out. The only thing I don't like is the horse isn't taking money. 4-1 morning line up at double digits right now.
Isa Be Quick, number 2, I thought would take more money than he is right now. He actually put in a bullet work on May 18th, but it looked like a lot of horses went out at the gate that morning. It could be very possible that a group of them went out together and tried to simulate a race for each other. This horse ended up on top of things, has the blinkers for the first start. I don't love the inside post, but you got to work with what you have to work with. And Isa Be Quick certainly has shown enough where I think that he should at least be the second or third choice by the time they get to the gate.
Here comes number 3, Louis Blue. And Louis Blue is my second selection. I have this race 5, 3, and 2. So I've got the 3 right in the mix. Now, the pesky part of the equation, you and I were just talking before we went on the air, that trainer Brianna McDaniel has a couple of horses, and the jockey riding the 6th horse actually has ridden for her before. Quiros has not. A couple of decent works, okay bloodlines, and a horse that's taking some money so far at the windows.
Yeah, definitely some support showing up for both of the Besser animals. Lupito is 11-1, makes a nice appearance down there. One of the more mellow fellows in the paddock. He is going to make his first start for Mikey Bollinger. We don't usually see him on the quarter horse side of things, but this one has put in some swift drills in the morning, especially that very first one on May 11th down at Remington Park. There's some ability here. We'll see if he can put it together all in start number 1. He does start next to Peaceful Rain, who will probably be quick off the blocks and challenge Lupito right off the start. But if you do like this horse, the price is right.
Here's the favorite on your screen looking really good in the paddock, and that's the big advantage here. You've got a great trainer, but you've got a horse with racing experience facing 5 rivals that have yet to make that start. Big advantage, Tried Stakes Company, Minnesota bred stakes, back on June the 1st. As Angela pointed out, you're going to likely see some speed. You got the go-to rider, and I think anything close to even money would be a terrific value. I think Peaceful Rain should cruise here.
She is getting a little bit warm out in the paddock, and you just saw Lupito try to go on his hind legs, but it looks like they got things moving there down in the paddock. The other Brianna McDaniel horse is the gelding on the outside, Stevie B. And as you mentioned, Stevie B does get the services of a jockey that's more used by the barn. And it looks like maybe he and Louis Blue have worked out of the gate a couple of times. On May 17th, this one appeared to go quite a bit faster out of the gate. So I guess this is the way I would lean, and I took it 5, 2, and 6. 5, 3, and 2 for Kevin with 9 minutes to post. And the babies head out, 6 of them for race number 9 with 9 minutes to post. This is the start of the late double. Other options include Win Place Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and 10-cent Super. We've got one more coming up after this. And now they head out to the track, the call of the post.
Feeling good tonight, Lynn. Good job, ma'am. Race 9, 6 minutes from now. starting gate, and it is now post time. Post time for the 9th race. It is the Wednesday penultimate Peaceful Rain. 4 to 5 in favor, and goes in. A cast of 2-year-olds and the 6-pack about ready to pop. Racing, Powerful Rain came out in powerful fashion, then made an aggressive left turn. Isa Be Quick is the gray who is quick. Then it's Latinos to the inside. Isa Be Quick to pull the upset. 2-5 in race 9. Photo. Results of the photo show 2 Isa Be Quick at 6 to 1. 2561 in 13.74. Ninth official. Pick 3, $41.10. The exacta paid $16.60. Trifecta $21.35. The 10-cent superfecta 13 and change, and the double paid $44.10. Our final live race is the 10th. No scratches to the gate 20 minutes from now. Walking up to the winner's enclosure, Isa Be Quick and Luis Valenzuela. Mallory Norton's the winning trainer. The winning owner, Kim Christensen. This one was bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Kim Christensen. And Eyes Be Quick is a 2-year-old gray gelding by Royal Quick Dash out of Eyes Be Special. And they're racing. Powerful Rain came out in powerful fashion, then made an aggressive left turn. Eyes Be Quick is the gray who is quick. Then it's Latinos to the inside. Eyes Be Quick to pull the upset. 2-5 in
Just one more on our Wednesday card, and it's another quarter horse maiden. We get a little bit of an upset in race number 9, and that leads us into the 10th. We're 11 minutes away from it now. 300 yards is the distance. We have 5 going to post for this 10th race, and I guess a few more prices towards the end, just what we, I guess, hope for. Pick 5, pick 3, pick 4 territory. They ended up paying pretty well. I mean, even for the prices that came in with that 10% takeout, makes a big difference.
Makes a huge difference, and that's why when you're playing Canterbury, you've got to play the pick 4s, the pick 5s, and even the pick 3s. They've been lucrative. You don't have to bet a lot to make a lot, and that, again, today was the case. That'll be the case all weekend. We're back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. We're back on Saturday at 5, and, of course, Father's Day, a tradition, Sunday at 1 o'clock. Great weekend, barbecue, food trucks, a lot of reasons to join us. But right now we got to leave a winner, and Ange will let you start with the inside marker, who's my top pick and also your top fancy as well.
Yes, we both agree on Flinging Paint. Flinging Paint just lost a bobber to Chloe's Magic with like another stride or so. Flinging Paint probably would have caught her that day. Flinging Paint has had quite a few chances at it, but seems to be at his very best right now. He's facing off against a couple of horses that haven't run this year, one who just was defeated by him. In fact, the other 2 that have ran were defeated by him. There's a lot of arrows pointing to this horse. That's what makes him 4-5. The rail would be about the only detraction, I would say, from him, but Flinging Paint is going to be very, very tough to beat.
In race 9, we saw a quarter horse, Gray, from post 2, dominate and pay a big mutual. That would be the case here with the 2, Cuervo on the rocks. 3 starts, not a lot to go on. The one thing I can tell you, though, second time off the layoff, the horse should be legged up and ready to go. Didn't fire last time, made a bit of a middle race move at 330 yards, got within a length of the leaders, and then at the end, though, was down nearly 4.5 lengths. So has to improve to contend. The price tells the story.
Just Digs Me is going to try to bring home the late double for these connections. Just Digs Me right now is at 5-1. Just Digs Me last year broke behind the field and kind of eliminated herself in her first start. Didn't really do a whole bunch of running in the second start, but both of those were 250 yards. Even if she breaks a little bit slow, she has some more real estate to work with. The works are really nice leading into her 3-year-old year. Perhaps she's taken a step forward, and you get a pretty square 5-1.
Silver Border Queen, ridden by Kelsey Haar, showed some promise last year on debut. Kelsey rode this horse back in August, her very first start, ran an okay 4th. Then they jumped up to $62,000 stakes competition. The horse broke tardily and was forced out and never fired. Off that first start, you can make a case for the 4 to be a contender here, and you get a good 7-1.
And Run Amok on the outside, another one that's taking a lot of support. In fact, the only one that's relatively close to Flinging Paint on the board. It makes sense from the outside post. This one was defeated last time, but wasn't beaten a whole bunch by Flinging Paint. They go 300 today, which I thought might benefit the inside horse rather than the outside. But Run Amok has had some trouble in his lifetime, too. We saw this horse get clobbered last year by the outside runner the last time we saw him as a 2-year-old. Now as a 3-year-old seems to be heading in the right direction. They take the blinkers off, and the outside post might be able to give this one the extra push to get past the inside runner. Those are the grid selections you can see. 1 and 5 for everybody on the board. 4-5 on your favorite Flinging Paint with 8 minutes to post. Kevin talked about it. We got Father's Day coming up this weekend. We return with Thursday racing tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock. On behalf of Jeff, Kevin, Paul, and myself, we wish you luck in the last, and we'll see you tomorrow at 5.
Big time effort tonight, Lynn. Thank you. See you tomorrow at work. That's Lynn Diker, Canterbury Park's bugler. And the call to the post brings the quarter horses onto the track for the 10th. We have no scratches, and the quintet will blast in 5 minutes. It is now post time. Post time for the luckiest of all lucky lasts. This is the 10th race, final live race at Canterbury this evening. Stopped by the Card Casino. There's Blackjack or Texas Hold'em or Pai Gow. One of many games we deal 24/7 in the Card Casino. Silver's Border Queen just went Hi-Ho Bay on Kelsey. She holds on. She goes in. Run amok.
Get a horse back!
Last one. Here we go.
You're locked!
Racing. Very slow, tight beginning for Silver Border Queen. Great beginning for Flinging Paint. The heavy favorite puts one on the field, but Run Amok is looking to run amok on the field. Bookenders to the wire, 1-5. Flinging Paint, pay the people. The numbers 1523 in 15.84. Wednesday is official. Quarter horse double paid $10.90. Final pick three, $24 and change. Exacta, $2 and change. The trifecta, $4.70. To the winner's enclosure, Flinging Paint and Ishmael. Suarez, Ricardo. The winning trainer, Vic Hansen. Shelley Berkner's the winning owner. Also bred this 4-year-old in Minnesota, who is a brown son of Paint Me Perry out of Chicks. Time to fling. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Canterbury's management team, our TV department, and those of us here in the Dark Star Press Box, thank you very much for joining us this Wednesday. And if you are leaving Canterbury Park, please drive safely. racing. Very slow, tight beginning for Silver Border Queen. Great beginning for Flinging Paint. The heavy favorite puts one on the field, but Run Amok is looking to run amok on the field. Bookenders to the wire, 1-5.